Feel it, baby. I can too. Come on, swing. Come on, swing. Come on, swing. Come on, swing. Yo, it's about that time to break forth the rhythm and the line. I'ma get mine, so get yours. I wanna see sweat coming out your pores. On the house, tip sound, singing this. Strictly hip hop, boy, I ain't singing this. Bringing this to the entire nation. Black, white, red, brown, feel the vibration. Come on, come on. Feel it, feel it. Feel the vibration. Vibrations good like sun kiss. Anyone know who's done this? March, and I'm here to move you, round to prove you, and I'm here to prove to you. Then we can party on the positive side, of positive vibes, come along with the ride. Thinking you feel the rhythm is my occupation, so feel the vibration. Come on, come on. Feel it, feel it. Feel the vibration. Break it down. Donnie D's on the back up, truck free, so put the crack up. No need for speed, I'm anti. D-R-U-G-G-I-E, my body tells me, my rhymes make you wealthy, and the funky bunch helps me. Bring you a show with no intoxication. Come on, feel the vibration. Yeah. Feel it, baby. I can too. Now the time is gone for you to get up. The rest of your setup, but all wet up. All the rhythm around that's designed. Make it behind you, you wanna recline. You on hip hop, don't stop. You ain't in it, with it to get the hell out. I can stand through the tears, I wanna see on the faces. Come on now, feel the vibration. Come on, come on, come on. Feel it, feel it. Feel the vibration. Do you remember when it first started? September, love was changing your mind. September, while chasing the clouds away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that soul was singing as we danced in the night. Remember, while the stars go the night away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 5 minutes to our program. This is the 5-minute warning.
Everything you can do to escape the pain of life that you know. Nobody has to know. Never fail when you're lonely. Something better than you are today. And no one says that you can get away. It's all a dance floor. And here's what it's for. So, let your body move to the music. Hey, hey, hey. Come on, let your body come with the song.
We will be starting momentarily, folks.
Is your own imagination? So music, that's what it's for. That's what it's for. Go inside, or you find its inspiration. Your dreams will open the door. Open up first. It makes no difference if you're black or white. If you're a boy or a girl. If the music's something that will give you life, you're a superstar. Yes, that's what you are. You know it. Let your body go to the music. Hey, hey, hey. Come on. Let your body go with the song. You know it. You say you find it, not just where you bump and grind it. So listen to music, that's why I feel so beautiful. That's because that's the ball. So get up on the dance floor. Let your body move to the music. Hey, hey, hey. Come on. Let your body go with the song. You know you do it. Usually find it. Usually find it. Greta Garbo and Monroe, Dietrich and DiMaggio, Marlon Brando, Jimmy Dean, on the cover of a magazine. Grace Kelly, Harlow G, picture of a beauty queen. Jane Kelly, Fred Astaire, Ginger Rogers, dance on air. They had style, they had grace. Rita Hayworth, Age with Faith. Lauren Catherine, Manitou. Betty Davis, we like it. Ladies with an attitude. Fellas that were in the mood. Don't just stand there, let's get to it. Slice the pose, there's nothing to it. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, just making my way through the crowd. I still need you, I still miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass us by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you. I could fall into the sky. Do you think time pass me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just I can just hold you.
Hello, everyone. How are we all doing on this wonderful little cold afternoon on Friday? Is everyone doing well today? At this time, I'm going to be introducing this wonderful gentleman. He'll be taking us through our first wonderful performance. Stanley, it is Sternling. It is all yours, my friends. We are be witnessing Dan with Rheinsaw.
Okay, so we're gonna talk a little bit about the IBOP, and I'm gonna walk next to Dan a little bit and let him introduce the horse a little bit more.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Daly. I probably don't need this microphone. This is Rheinsaw H-Star. We recently went to Indiana last week, competed in the driving IBOP, completed the driving IBOP with passing score and reserve champion driving. And today it looks like I will be demonstrating the IBOP here while Sterling gives us some pointers.
So one thing that's been mentioned to me is that not everybody is really clear about the difference between an IBOP test and a dressage test. Does anybody not
know the biggest difference between those two? Okay, so I'll tell you anyway. So there's a misconception that an IBOP test is like a dressage test. And so you have to go in and you have to precisely drive the movements as described in that IBOP test. That's not the case. They want to see the best you can do out of the horse. If you have to go and do a lengthening 3 times, do it. Don't say, oh, damn, I screwed that up and I didn't show my horse to his advantage, but I don't get a chance to do it again because that was the movement. That's not the case for an IBOP test, okay? It's really important that everybody understands that. You know, if you have to do it again, or, you know, if it says, you know, do your transition at A, and you're out of balance when you get to A, and you do it at R or whatever, that's fine. You need to show the transition. You don't have to show the transition as precisely as you would in a regular dressage test. Everybody get that? Okay. So Dan, go ahead and commence. And he's going to get away with it because I've looked at the IBOP test, but I do not know the IBOP test. So when you've got a center line like that, they're looking for straightness of movement, you know, correct movement, you know, tempo, et cetera. But really the biggest thing you're showing the judge on a center line is how straight does your horse move, you know? Is he got one leg that's doing this somewhere? You know, that's what the judge is looking at primarily at that moment. You know, or is his body straight and his head's cranked to the side? So we got some lengthening there. For me, I want to see a crisper transition wherever he decides to do it, if it's here or here, but I want to see a cleaner transition a little bit. So I have no idea where it called for that, but that was a good steady transition. He's a little counterbent, but it was nice and regulated. He didn't throw his head up. He kind of came nice into it. He didn't fall on his head. He didn't sit down really deep, but it was a nice calm transition. So wherever it was supposed to be, that was the right place to do it. You know, something you almost always have to, you know, especially with a horse that's maybe new to competition or to going and doing things elsewhere, is that he's looking around. So we're getting some counterbend, not because he's a crooked horse, but because he's looking at things. That's still a problem. The judge is still going to have to judge that. But, you know, we know, like, you know, maybe those are little speakers there that he's got to go by, and all of a sudden there's a voice he didn't expect talking at him from the wall. So for me, I'd like to see a little bit longer top line. Dan, I like what you're doing with your hands. Just keep working at that to try to get him straighter and then more bent. Say that again? Okay. All right. So nice forward, up, he's got a lot of jump in there still, but covering ground and going forward. To me, that's very nice. So there, for me, like, because there was an obstacle, my horse didn't do what I want, so I'm going to go back and do it again. Generally speaking, he doesn't have to drive around a clinician for this. Pardon, the test? I think it's pretty obvious. I don't think you have to explain it. The trick is after you've done a canter movement, is the trot going to be good after that? Because sometimes it gets a little bit up. So, he needs to show a little bit more correct bend there. He's still kind of counter bent going down that side and coming across. He's just gotten very up-headed. No, absolutely not. Driving is, you don't have leg, you don't have seat. So your voice is absolutely one of the aids you need to use. Did everybody hear that? The question was, do you get points off for using your voice? Absolutely not. I don't think in the IBOP, even in the IBOP, I don't think you do. Yeah. And Liz mentioned that one of the people she'd ridden with was Lendon Gray. And I was doing a thing with Lendon in Indiana one time. I wasn't doing it with her. We were both there as clinicians. And one of the things she said was throughout her career, she spoke to her horse in the dressage ring. Don't yell at your horse right in front of the judge. Yeah? But, a discreet word here or there or a sound can save your test. And, yeah. Okay, so after your first canter, everything went up. Yeah, and you got stiffer again. Yeah. So, and that's the thing, like, whether you can redo or not, you run the risk of something that you have to do in the test kind of affecting the whole rest of the test. So, after the canter, for whatever it was, he got a little bit more up. And you just have to deal with that when it happens to you. And of course, as a driver, you can't say, oh my God, I got to get this right, or I'm going to get a bad score, because that does not help. You got to say, well, today's today. I got what I got. I'm going to make the best of it. And if you can just do that little different switch in your brain, it's going to help. It's absolutely going to help. One of the best dressage tests I ever drove was a selection trial. It was the final selection trial for the 2000 World Championships, which actually never happened. But going into it, I was like at this line where I needed to have another good score. And I went in and I'm warming up and I'm going, oh, we got to get this right. And I was like, oh, you better relax, dude. And I went, ah. And my horse went, ah. And we had a great test. Yeah, but I wasn't going to have a great test if I didn't take that deep breath and relax. And I'm not saying that that's what happened to Dan, but that's just something to keep in mind. If things aren't going the way you want to, don't fight hard to get it. Don't give up, but just keep asking politely, insistently. Just keep asking, because if you get tense about it, all that tension goes right down the reins into your horse's brain. So that's, you just have to think about that. And I suspect that if Dan were doing this for real, he would have warmed up more. But we're also trying not to overdo this because he's got something else to do this afternoon. So we're not gonna work the snot out of him trying to prove a point. But overall, one of the things that I'd like to see a little bit more is a little bit more stretch in the neck. In that lengthening, he's over tracking. He's pushing hard enough to drive himself forward. If you were there this morning when I was talking, I talked about how the weight of the carriage affects how the horse is doing it. So these Viceroys are super light, and they're a really excellent vehicle for showing your horse's movement. One of the disadvantages is that you don't have a britching, which means in the canter, that carriage is kind of bumping a little bit back and forth off the saddle as opposed to where it would be britching and breastplate. And that's something important to remember. If your horse has done show driving and you decide to go to a combined driving thing, your horse has to use britching in combined driving. So you have to get used to that. I had a friend years ago, and he had trained all his horses without britching, never used it. I went to a show, and he had to put britching on, and the horse didn't stop bucking because she'd never had britching on. So make sure that if you're going to do a transition like that, that your horse is ready for it. Okay. Well, okay. So what Dan said was he tends to use britching, but for the IBOP he doesn't because it kind of hides their hind leg, and that's a very valid point. And you don't want that it's changing their movement. Some of that is you can help some of that by making sure your adjustment is very precise, but that's a very valid point. In combined driving, the rule changed in, I think, the beginning of 2012. Up until then, you didn't have to have britching. And then after that, in combined driving, you must have britching in competition. So you can go drive around in the field and train without it, but when you go in the ring, you have to have britching. And I didn't use britching in dressage until then. Even though there's a rein back and there was canter, I didn't use it. So it just depends. With the light carriage like that, you get more movement. So you just have to kind of say, okay, this horse, he's going to go better with britching, even though maybe it hides the leg a little bit, or not. And if you had a horse that maybe tended to get a little pushed out behind, that britching might help. It might encourage him to step under because he doesn't have as much room to come behind. I will step in front of you, I'll step in front of you and get run over. Okay. So just play with him a little bit and see if you can get him to reach out a little bit more. Yeah, that's coming nicer. So for me, just that little bit of stretch is going to be happier. And we talked about forward horses. Clearly, this is a very nice forward horse. And I don't feel like he's heavy in Dan's hand at all. I feel like he's kind of throwing rein at him a little bit to get him to stretch. Yes, he had to rate him a little bit. And in a case like that, there may be a whole lot of whoa and give it back and whoa and give it back. And just sort of, I like to say, caress their mouths and move away a little bit and get them to follow it forward to get a little bit more stretch and keep that hind end active. And that's the other thing is, it's a trick. We don't want them to be too forward. We want them to stretch, but we also want them to keep moving behind. We don't want them to get inactive behind and lazy. We see that very often in the pleasure driving ring. They'll ask for a slow trot, and that's what we do. We just slow them down, and they have no impulsion, and they're just kind of plodding along. Depending on who's judging, that's a problem. Yes. He's clearly relaxed some. He's relaxed his top line. He's still staying forward, but he's probably 3 inches longer at least than he was before. He asked if I thought he was more relaxed and more supple and bending. Yes, yeah, because he's taken a lot of that tension out. So now he's using his neck better, and yeah. Yeah, yeah. Good. So we all agree that when he got a little bit more relaxed, Dan, You know, he got more flexible and easier. Yeah. Shoulder got a little bit freer. Absolutely. And he still had the impulsion. Hmm? Yeah. 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 So that's what we want to see. You know, in show driving, what he was showing before was fine. IBOP, sport predicate, combined driving, dressage driving. This is what we're getting now is much more what we want than what we started out with. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, for questions, would you guys like to have the mic? I think everybody everybody can hear. That's a good idea.
The first test, was that the show driving test or the driven dressage test?
So I think with the canner, that would have been having a little bit more weight behind
And that's what I saw when I commented about the bridging was that I saw that it was kind of moving because it's so light. So, you know, there's a turnover. Now, like my Spider probably weighs about 450, which is obviously heavier than that, but not super heavy. And maybe, no, actually I'm wrong. My Spider weighs about 410. But the advantage that I have with that Spider is I have a brake on it. So if it starts doing that surge, I can just put a little bit of brake on it to take that off. Now I have to be careful not to put too much brake on it that I start impeding his freedom of movement. But that's what I saw there was it was just light enough that maybe it was too light for the canter movements. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Anything anybody wants to see again now that he's a little bit more relaxed and bendy? Extended trot? Yeah. Dan, you mind doing that again? Yeah. Because when in the warm up, it was really nice. Then he got tense and it kind of fell apart a little bit, right? And if you want to do a circle, do it when you're ready, no pressure. And another thing I'll say is use your space. You know, if you've got a horse that maybe needs a little bit of time to build into that extension, go deep into the corner. Yeah. So legs were good. Top line could still be a little bit longer and yeah. So try it without asking quite so much. Just let it happen a little bit more. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So one trick that my mom, so just a short backup, my mother was a dressage trainer first, and then she started driving. Actually, she started driving about a year or two after I did, competitively and professionally. She'd driven as a kid. She was born in 29 or something, so they still did that then. One of the things she always said was, cheat a little bit. When you've got to do an extension or a lengthening, put a little collection in your corner. Help build that energy before you come out and ask for that lengthening coming out of it. So, you know, because like so often when you ask for that, like those first 3 strides are brilliant. You know, you're doing that transition. And so you add that little collection, and I'll do it at both ends, a little collection at the beginning, a little collection at the end. It emphasizes what you showed on the lengthening or extension. But it also, at the beginning, it really helps build the energy that you then want to release into that lengthening. So that's what, you know, I still do that even at the lower levels. I'll do a little, just little collect here, you know. So, you know, if I'm coming in and in a dressage ring, I've got 10 meters to the first letter. So I'll come in and about here, I'll say, well, collect a little bit, collect a little bit, collect a little bit. And then, okay, now as we come off the track, now I'm going to ask here and let it go. And what we're talking about, you know, selecting a horse and having a forward horse, ideally for me, it's a horse that I can get there and just say, okay, all yours, go do it. And maybe I have to give a little, just to get a little bit more. But I want to teach my horse that that's all it is. And at the other end, I want a horse that I can say, ooh, and get that big downward transition. You know, if it takes you 6 strides to get that transition, your horse, you don't have a communication with your horse that's working really well. You want to be able to say, whoa, and just shut it down and have them just say, okay, easy, I come right down into this transition. And I noticed I did this, not this. You know, we don't want them to go, whoa, okay, I stopped. You know, we want them to come in and land that transition to a halt or to it, even down into the walk. I always think that downward transition to the walk is forward. You know, don't think backwards into the walk. Think, okay, I'm going to drive forward into this walk. Yeah, you get a totally different transition when you're thinking forward into the walk than when you're thinking slow down into the walk, right? And another thing, like about the bend, you know, growing up, I was always told inside leg, outside rein, and I still keep that idea, but I don't have that inside leg. So I support a lot more with my inside rein. And then I kind of play a lot more with my outside rein to get that. So I think about a turn, and I want to think, I'm going to follow my horse through this turn more than I'm going to pull him through this turn. Yeah, so less resistance by allowing a turn than by pulling a turn. If I'm going to crash into the wall, I'm going to pull, okay? But if I can do that by giving rather than pulling, I've got less resistance. Yeah, I can't throw it away, or I've thrown my horse out of balance, okay? But I'm going to allow, I'm going to follow him through that turn, especially because, will he stop for a second? All right, so I'm going to do something with his horse. I just want you to hold contact. I'm gonna, okay, no, I'll just, yeah.
So one of the issues that I have going into like an extension is to get him to actually bend his shoulder over towards that inside wall, to come out and have a nice bend through it, but then able to straighten him out. I have the harder the time getting him to straighten out coming through that turn. Okay.
You guys hear that? So the having a little bit of problem of basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, driving a nice corner and then straightening out of it. Yes? Okay. Okay, so one of the things that I always think about and train for and drive is I think when I'm driving into this corner, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going straight. I'm going straight. I'm going straight. Now I'm going to follow through this bend. Now my horse's nose is on the track. I'm going to tell him to go straight again, even if it's only 1 or 2 strides. And then I begin. So I've told him stop bending and go straight here before we change bend again and then straight. You know, and some horses will, pardon? Yeah, yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So there's a lot of, theories about that too. One is you practice the movements of the test, separately so your horse doesn't anticipate them. The other is you never practice the movements of the test so your horse doesn't anticipate them. And the other is you practice that test so your horse knows exactly what's happening. Some of that depends on the horse, and sometimes they get smart and they'll put 3 diagonals in there. 2 of them are lengthenings or extensions and one of them's working, or vice versa. So if your horse says, okay, we're doing a diagonal now, that means extend, you can be in trouble when it's not. So I do like to practice things outside. Like one of the things I'll do is I will practice my lengthenings on the long side, not the diagonal. If I've got a horse that really starts anticipating, and the halts, I start doing halts in different places so that they get used to the idea, we halt here, we halt there. Doesn't matter, halt is halt wherever it is, don't anticipate. And then the same thing, and we don't have that with the IBOP, but with a driven dressage test, sometimes it's halt, pause 3 to 5 seconds, rein back 2 to 4 steps. Sometimes it's halt, walk, halt, rein back. Sometimes in the upper levels, it's halt, rein back. There is no pause. So you have to get your horse to say, okay, I'm going to wait for you to tell me what we're doing. I'm not going to anticipate that. So you have to practice those things, like sometimes we halt, sometimes we rein back, sometimes we halt, rein back, sometimes we halt and go forward. We don't do it. So your horse doesn't anticipate. So for Dan's issue, what I would say is practice the lengthenings on the long side more. Drive a little deeper into your corner, and think about what I said about doing a little bit of a collected work into the corner. Just collect that trot a little bit more. Hello, handsome. Collect that trot a little bit more and get that so you can get deeper into the corner balanced. And then also wait until you're straight off the rail before you ask. So, eventually he may be that, you can turn his nose off the track and ask for the extension at the same time, and he's fine with that. But sometimes you say you want to get just a little bit straighter first and then go forward. So go ahead and try that. Try just, and I don't think this corner is very square. This one's a little bit more square. And of course, those ends are as square as you can be with the corner. But try that a little bit. Go into the corner, a little bit collected, just to make sure he stays balanced, and then get straight, and then ask. So this one's probably a better length, the R, than the F and the K out of the corner. But just go in there and do that, and make sure you've got time to do the turn in the corner, get straight before you ask to come off the rail and do the lengthening. So one thing I say to people about bending in corners is make the bend the priority. Don't make getting deep into the corner the priority. Don't make staying on the track the priority. Make straightness and bend the priority. When that's the first thing you do, then you can put them where you want them. But if you say, oh, I've got to get deep into this corner, then what you end up doing is you end up going, okay, here, I got you in the corner now. You're looking over there, but I've got you in the corner, and now I have to turn. Yeah? That's the wrong priority. But if I say you have to be correct first, you have to be straight when I want you straight, you have to bend when I want you bend, then you can put their bodies where you want them. Drive their shoulders wherever you want them. If you're trying to drive their head into the corner, that's what you get, is the head in the corner, not the shoulder, not the body. One of the other things that I do to make sure that my horse is thinking and bending well is I'll do serpentines. I don't do a lot of straight lines in warm-up. I'll go around left once and around right once, and then I'll start doing serpentines and circles, half circles, whatever, to make sure that I've got flexibility both directions. Another thing, and I don't know if you can all tell, but Dan's got a whip that's got a little extension. It's long enough to reach his horse's shoulder. And a lot of times I see people driving with whips that are long enough to reach their horse's hip. I don't do that much pushing my horse's hip, but I do push their shoulder a lot. And if I don't have a whip that can reach to shoulder, either I start doing this, which is a little awkward, and I tend to let go of my rein when I do that. Or so see what we can get in this corner. Yep, good. And start, yeah, okay. So then the other end is the same thing. Think about the same thing in that corner. Make him go into that corner a little bit. And this was good, he wanted to counterbend, and you weren't there for him to lean on that outside rein, so he couldn't. I mean, he did a little bit, but you did everything you could to not be there for him to lean on. So he's coming out much straighter. Yeah. Now, I don't know this horse. I would tend to put the whip on his shoulder a little bit to help that in that corner. But, I've had horses that, the first 3 times I did that, we launched. Then the 4th time it was good. So I had to make sure I did that in the warm-up ring, not in the show ring. But, and I had one that every time I touched him with the whip, he got all explosive. And so I didn't do it. And then I drove with this German guy, and he said, "You will use your whip." And so I did. And so the horse got over it, and we went to the World Championships. Because it's just like I didn't want to push him that hard because I lost so much every time I did it. But eventually, he's like, "Oh, I know what you mean," and then we had no problem. So that's one thing I would say, Dan. A little bit too is use your whip going into that corner to help push the shoulder out. So use it on the inside, but that was much better coming out of that, and this may be his good side. I don't know. Yeah. 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 Okay, so when you get out of that corner, then you're going straight. You still have to keep driving as you are to keep that going, but from X on, but make sure you start telling him what you want, straight, and then left bend from X on. So don't wait till the end. Once you've really, if you're, yeah. If I'm here and straight, I can start saying, now we go left. Yeah. So in dressage, in cones, in hazards, I always say, okay, as soon as I can set up for the next bend, I do. So, I don't want him to bend left here, but I can start making sure here we're straight, which you're already doing. And then I can say, okay, so here we're going to go left. We're going to go left. So start setting that up. Maybe a little flick on the left shoulder. Say, hey, here it is. So when you get there, it's not a now we have to do it. It's a now we're going to do what we've been talking about all the way across here. Yeah. Yeah. So I think a little bit timing, and so I work figure eights a bunch. So when I'm doing that figure eight, I make sure that there's a flat spot in that center. Even if it's 1 or 2, yeah, like, so we're coming in left, we're going left bend, 1, 2, straight, right. So I never go, we're going left, now we're going right. Even in a hazard, I'm going to put at least a little double half halt in, to let them know, hey, we're changing bend now. So it may be an instantaneous change, but my hands are saying, so it's not this, it's this. So he's got a warning that something's happening. And I think that's what it is a little bit. You're saying, okay, I'm going to do this now, and now I got to do that. And some of that may be confusing for him if he's not used to it at first. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? But pretty soon he's going to say, oh, I get it. And that's a little bit muscle memory for both of you, so we get used to that. So the next thing I'll tell you when I drive a diagonal is like if I'm aiming for K, and in this ring, I wouldn't aim for K because I think that's probably 7 meters. Like I'd aim for, yeah, somewhere between K and the door. Yeah, so, but okay, so if R is my target, I'm going to aim maybe even a little bit more, yeah? Because I find that even with a low board, if I aim for R, I'm probably going to hit the end of the flag, the far end of the flag, because my horse is going to say, hey, you're aiming me at a wall. Oh, at that one, okay, yeah, that one's fine. I would probably aim about here. I go about 2 meters before if this is my target, I'm going to aim, 1 meter or 2 meters before. And what I find is when I aim there, I hit the track here. Yeah, because my horse says wall, fence, whatever, I'm going to turn now. And if I aim for that, I'm going to hit the fence about here. And when I'm coming to a corner like that, now I'm really deep. So either I don't ever get there because I just say, okay, if that's far enough, I'm going to go here, or I bury him and I have to pull him out of the corner. So, and when I come here, just like coming out of it,
Check 1 2, test 1 2, 1 2 1 2, check 1 2 3, test 1 2 1 2.
The Dutch judges, when they do the IBOB test, they look at the horse and they can care less how high that head is. When you do a dressage test with ADS in a competition, the first thing here, head is way too high. Is there a difference between it, or how do you feel about that?
okay, so
relaxation to me. The horse needs to be more relaxed. Eye is too high up. And
So-
the Frisian judges to me seem like they like that.
So for the show driving, yes. For the IBOP, no. And I had a friend who, when I told him I was coming to do this, said, I'm going to send you the videos from the IBOPs this year. And what I saw was here, not here. And they got really good scores. So I don't know if that's a change or if it was just that particular IBOP that I saw, but those two horses that I saw were both more dressage frame than show driving frame. But that could be a change or just those individuals. And that's what they want. But I would say that if the horse is moving more correctly, the movement is going to be better. So if he's here and his back is hollow, he may be very expressive in the front end, but he's not going to be as correct in the hind end. So I would say when you get the whole package and the bend is from here and it ends here, that top line.
Look at the horse almost different than the judges do when you do a regular dressage test. Is that correct?
To some degree, but what I saw from the scores on the IBOPs that I saw this year, the driven IBOP for the dressage, was that they were scoring like they would for a dressage test. So these horses, and I didn't see, the only two horses I saw were both like a dressage horse. There was nothing like a show horse in that IBOP. So in that test, they scored it like you would see for a dressage test. Maybe different judges, different location, or maybe if there were other horses, maybe the horses going up would have scored better than what I saw. But what I saw were two horses going like he went when he relaxed, not like when he was tense.
Well, there is a distinct difference, I think, between show driving
Yes.
and a regular dressage.
There is, but what I saw in the IBOPs that I saw, I can only speak what I saw, they were dressage driving, not show driving. And that's what they were scoring, and they got really good scores. It wasn't here, it was in Holland.
Other questions?
Here. Sorry, Jason.
There are two different IBOP driving tests.
The show
One is
driving.
The show driving and the carriage pleasure driving. And I have been told that in the United States, we do not have a Frisian that can really do well in the show driving IBOP, but they can all look respectable and do well in the carriage pleasure driving IBOP.
Okay, and why, what are they saying that we don't have? We don't have enough forward, we don't have enough up?
We don't have enough vertical lift.
Okay,
That usually the Dutch keep those horses for themselves.
okay.
Okay.
So I want to say it was 2 years ago down in Ohio. I had brought a stallion and he ended up going star, Uther. And when we were at the New England curring here, and I'm trying to remember who the judge was, I can't think of her name. She was the last one we had. No, not Yolanda, the 2 years before. Huh? Yes, Louisa. I asked her after the cur, I said, when is it acceptable to enter into a show driving IBOP? What she told me was that she would like to see them all carriage drive first, and then they would make a recommendation on coming back for show driving. So I had actually IBOP'd Uther carriage driving, and after the curring, she came up and she said, if next year you'd like to bring him back for show driving, I would recommend, I would like to see him for that. So that's the answer I got from the judge.
And of course, as we all know, you can ask 5 judges and get 5 opinions, right? So, but I think that's probably the thing. And I don't know, how many opportunities do you have for show driving to show driving with Frisians in the US? Yeah. Now, I know I was talking to you about the showing fine harness in the saddlebred shows. So that would be a similar circumstance and a similar thing. So that's a possibility. Yeah. Okay. One more question?
I'll make a remark about the show driving versus driving. So it used to be that the show driving, there was not canter asked at all. So for those horses that were really good in the trot and didn't have a good canter or were not trained in canter at all, it was a good choice to do show driving because then you could leave the canter out. That's not the case anymore. At the moment, whether you do driving or show driving, you still have to show a dressage test with canter. So that is no longer a reason to do show driving. And then my experience is in general, if you have a good horse for show driving, it will also score well in driving. And for show driving, the arena is quite small. So better mostly choose for a driving IBOP because you have a much higher chance of getting a good score. Show driving, only exceptional horses will get a good score. Yeah. So yeah, in that way, the choice is a little bit different now because it used to be the choice for canter or no canter. I do have another question for you. So you said in these corners, and with this horse, especially on the left-hand side, that he wants to cut the corners. And I really like that you said that you would beforehand solve that. But then he still fell in a bit because he always wanted to push the shoulder in first. What would be your solution for that if the collecting didn't help enough?
I would put a little bit of whip on the shoulder, on the inside shoulder,
Okay.
to help push that out. You know,
Yeah.
like I would, if I was riding, I'd put more leg.
Yeah.
So I would use the whip a little bit more and push him into that outside rein a little bit more.
Yeah.
That
I
would-
wonder, as a dressage rider, why don't you just halt?
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, so that's something I've done before. When I had a horse that just wouldn't go into a corner,
Yeah.
I would drive straight into the corner.
Yeah.
And stop and then make them turn out of the corner. Turn, not
Yeah.
half step, but
Yeah.
turn
Yeah.
out of the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think our time is good. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dan. I like your pony.
1, 2.
I'll be wicked quick.
Go for it.
All right, Liz, are we ready for round 2? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
There is Liz, everyone. I'm going to turn your attention to our
Thank
wonderful
you.
next speaker. Liz, it's all yours.
Thank you. So I was supposed to put a mic on her, but we're gonna let him go around a little. Is that okay? Okay, super. Okay, so this is Jamie, and she's riding, I only know his unofficial name of Rocky. I can't remember what his other name is. What is it? Oh, Da Rock. And he's certainly living up to his name today because he's a little on the muscle. Totally fine, totally understandable. Actually a great little training time for us. So Jamie's only ridden him a few times. So Jamie, what I would do with him is just keep him on a circle, move him around a little bit, you know, a little bit inside flexion. The biggest thing is that and I would maybe take him to the other end. Oh, he's so brave. He's so cute. Yeah, and let's just, you know, get him a little bit familiar with the ring. I would just keep him on a circle at this end. Just give him a chance to think that everything's okay here. You know, really, really important in situations like this that you feel like you can really touch both reins, put your leg on. Yeah, and then just change direction with him somewhere. Maybe just through the circle up at this end. Yeah, fine. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Yeah, and so a little bit flexion left. Put your left leg on a little here. Good boy. Yeah. And carefully you don't get too much on your curb there, huh? Good, so then turn left, put your left leg on. Yeah, and then turn right, put your right leg on. No big deal, just keep his attention. Yep, turn right, turn right, turn right, turn right, turn right. No big deal, put your right leg on. Yeah, just stay posting. Good, no big deal. Yeah. And, you know, scritch him on the withers. You can talk to him a little bit. You want to keep his attention, but yep. So a little flexion right, a little flexion right. Yeah. On your snaffle especially, huh? And you guys know what I mean when I say on your snaffle, right? Not so much on the curb rein. Yeah. And so like there, just see if you can take his nose a little more to the right. Good little right leg. There you go. There. Good boy. And then talk to him, pet him once. Good boy. There you go. Oh, everyone's cold and tight today. No big deal. Super. And then again, a little right flexion. Yeah, because you're going along and he's bent to the outside. I don't really love that, especially not for a dressage horse. You've got to take his nose a little to the inside and yield him a little bit off your inside leg. Yep. Good. Good. There you go. And just stick to your circle line here for a sec. Take his nose right, because his little ears are on attention out the door. There you go. Put your right leg on. There. Good. Pet him there. Then you get his ears again. Good for you. Super. Keep your little bit of inside flexion. Good. 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 And think a little bit off your inside leg. Off your inside leg. Good. Nose a little right. Nose a little right. Good. Good. And now what I want you to start doing, you can change direction again. Good. Just start to think that you're going to stay a little bit more to the inside of the track so that you can actually push him a little bit out to the, in this case, out to the right. Nose left, push him a little bit out to the right from your inside leg. There you go. And then trot on a little. Come. Little flexion left. Come. There. Good. There you go. Super. And then circling again. Good. And, you know, your best bet might be to just sort of keep your circle a little bit in the middle here for now, so you're not up against the open door where he's trying to talk to all the ladies. Super. There you go. And I know it's hard in a situation like this. I find the more that you can think about being loose, giving him a little pet when he's being good. Good boy. Yeah, you got it. Take his nose left there. Yeah, and that's a little bit, So remember, I did say stay a little bit more on a middle circle, because that's just a little bit setting you up for success. Not setting you up for success. There you go. Yeah, so like make a circle at B, 20 meters, or however wide the ring is, I'm not sure. Good. Nose a little bit left and yield him a little bit off your left leg. There you go. You're all right, buddy. Pet him once with your outside hand. Good boy. And then keep turning. Left leg on, left leg on. Good girl. And then push him a little on from your left leg. Come. There. Then he trots to the bit. You feel the difference? Super, buddy. Good for you. And then change direction one more time. Good. And I'd love to let him have a little walk, but there still seems to be a lot of pony in there. So good. And then nose a little right. No big deal. Nose right. Right leg. Come. Good boy. Pet him. Super. There you go. Good for you. Just stay posting. You don't have to sit. Good. But the more, yeah, there. Now you feel like you can put both legs on a little more? He's wild. It's all right. It's totally fine. I can't tell you how many orangutan stallions I've had to take horse showing, and I'm like, okay, this is the day I die, but still here right now. But it's so much about riding horses, about setting them up to be successful. So we know for him, a little bit a trigger is the open door. So keep him in the middle until he calms down, not forever, but for right now, she's ridden him 5 times. Like, let's try to set them both up to be successful, huh? Super, buddy. A little bit better flexion, right? Good. Yeah. And carefully don't get too much on the curb, right? Shorten your snaffle a little, because there he really is just sort of naughty, right? And you're so sweet. You're like, oh, I meant to go down the long side, but you didn't. You asked him to turn. He told you to bugger off, and you sort of said, oh, I don't want to look like a jerk, right? You're fine. Just turn him on your snaffle. Turn and soft. Turn and soft. Come, love. There. Super. Pet him there. Because then he gets loose and gets a little bit in front of your leg. You feel it? But part of what happens is I think he gets a little sensitive and he hits the curb a little. Good. And look where you want to go. Like, look over to the right. There you go. Good. But the more you can diffuse his negative energy with some positive direction. Super. He's very fancy, isn't he? What a good boy. Super. There you go. He's like, what are we doing here with all the lights? Great. One more change of direction to the left. And then we'll see if we can give him a little walk, maybe put your mic on. But, again, this is about setting you guys up for success. Good. Now he's staying with you by the door a little better. You feel it? There. And every chance that he a little bit softens and you feel like you can put your leg on, use that to put your leg on. Little flexion left here. Good. There. Super. Yeah. And start to think about making him take a little bit more of a feel on that right rein. Little flexion left. little flexion, doesn't matter. And when I say flexion, I just want it at the pole, right? Just that he takes his head a little to the left. Really pretty. Now, what did you tell me that what do you call it? The what ring? What ring do you call it? That you did with your horse? Yeah. Like a big something ring horse? Or like a big ring horse or something? No, but a big like he was like a horse for the big ring or something? Is that what you said? Yeah. So, but she was telling me earlier about her old horse was a horse for the big ring, but maybe this one wasn't because, oh, the main ring. Sorry, the main ring. But maybe this one didn't have enough, go and oomph. But he's now turning her into a liar today, which is great. He's ready. Good. Nose a little left. Ah. Do you think we can try giving him a little break just so he has a little second to chill? Oh, he's so brave. Does he? He's ready to tolt or something here. He's so funny. So this actually was a really, really good. You're okay walking for 1 sec? You're good to walk for 1 second? Okay. Do you guys want to try to can someone try to maybe put her mic on? Maybe? Should we try? I'm going to put this in my pocket. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Do you want me to? No? Okay. It might just be a moot point. It's fine. Okay. Can I just give this back to you? And you can. You're fine. No, you're totally fine. But what I will say is this goes back. I was going to do this nice thing where I was going to quiz you guys, and I was going to say, now, do you remember the 2 parts of the training scale that I said are the most important for the Frisians? Anyone? No, you're sleeping. What were the 2 most important parts, in my opinion, of the training scale for a Frisian? Suppleness, right? Suppleness. Sorry. Yes, it was a great movie with Jodie Foster. Yes, contact. So he is having a hard time with both of those things a little bit here, right? He's not so supple and he's not so good in the contact, which is fine. That's usually what happens at a horse show to any type of horse. The person takes the horse to the show and they go, oh my gosh, he was a different horse. He wouldn't go on the bit. He was so tight. Well, usually that's because your contact wasn't elastic enough or honest enough at home. Then you add in the energy of a show. This is a little bit what happens. It's happened to me, right? So this is just a really, really good example where we're in a new place. He gets tight. He's trained through 4th level. He does all this cool stuff, but he's a little bit like, not today, right? And that's okay. That happens. So what I was doing with the figure 8, just really thinking that she could put one leg on, the other leg on, both legs on, get him a little more honest there to the contact, a little bit eventually softer over the top line. Those are our goals. So can we do a little more trot and then maybe go for a little canter? Oh. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. So just here, yeah. Good. And like, I would stay posting if you're okay posting. Because he's just, for me, until a horse is loose and soft in their back, soft in their top line, I really don't generally sit the trot. Good. Yeah, so he's back to that little trot where he's behind you again. Come and think on your outside rein, on your right rein, think a little bit downward pressure from your right ring finger on the snaffle. Super, good. And just get him to drop that neck a little bit. Good. Little flexion left, go forward. Good. Come. Yeah. And when he yells like that, take the bit away a little bit, flex him a little bit extra and just say, no, love, stay with me. Yeah. And, if you can, see if you can get him to just take his neck a little bit lower, especially on the outside rein. Yeah. Think downward pressure on your outside rein. Yeah. Because like that should be a thing, right? You should a little bit play on the outside you should be able to drop his neck in a stride or 2 or 3. Yeah, good, good. And then change direction again. Good. And really trying to be mindful, and I loved hearing Sterling talk about this. It doesn't matter how far you go into your corner if the balance is wrong, if the horse is not actually bending through the corner. I would much rather see you stay 10 feet from the corner, but actually have them off, in this case, your inside leg. We have legs we get to use, unlike you drivers. Right there. Super. But do you feel how you a little bit didn't set him up great for that corner F, right? And that's okay. I mean, you're just getting to know him. No big deal. Good. Nose a little right here. Yeah. And what I don't love, Jamie, is that every time I say nose a little right, he always fights the contact. So to me, that means that he's got to be a little bit softer in his jaw. There shouldn't be this little disconnect when you try to take his nose right. Ah, right leg, right leg. Yeah, because he's a little bit naughty there, you know. Good. And then circle again here, nose right. Yeah, on your snaffle. Good. Super. There. Then he connects and goes to the bit. Good for you. Good for you. Again, nose right. Nose right. No, yeah. And right leg a little and say, hey, come on, nose right. Yeah. And not so much on the curb. Because then you're just sort of pulling him and not really the most, and not the most honest way. You feel it? There you go. Yeah. Can be helpful to a little bit think about suppling a little from your wrist. Nose right. Come on. Good. Nose right again. Yeah. And if you need to, don't go all the way to the wall, because he gets a little bit, not so much steering there. And nose right again. Just his nose, right leg on. Yeah. And then pat him. Good boy. And then again, just that he starts to take his nose a little there. Then he next. Good. Then think inside leg a little bit on, push him into the outside. Rain, super. Super. Shall we try a little canter? Will he do it from the trot? If not, it's fine. If you're more comfortable from the walk, that's okay. Yeah, and same thing, just until he comes a little bit more on the aids, I would just stay on a little bit of a circle here. Good. Take his nose a little bit right again. There you go. Good. Yeah. And then give your right rein. Good. And then again, nose right. Good. Yeah. Fine. And let's just do some trot canters on the circle here. Yeah. But that's why I said maybe keep him a little bit off the track, because to me it looks a bit like he's sort of using it like bumper bumper lanes, the bumper lanes in bowling, right? He's not really turning, he's just sort of running up against the wall. Yeah. And then trot. Yeah, good. So you feel the big disconnect there? Good. There, super. Yeah. And stay a little bit back towards the middle again, huh? And again, nose a little bit right, because he's not really ever bending to the right. And yield him off your inner leg. There you go. And again, inner leg. Like under no circumstances should he be staring out the door anymore. There. Yes. And then canter again. Good. But remember, you're supposed to stay more towards the middle, right? It's all right. I know, again, for me as an instructor, I've said nose right like 15 times. I'm like, okay, I need to look at this from a different perspective to see if I'm actually right in this. And I am, of course. Just kidding. But you see how much he's not, now he starts to get better. But a lot of times he's kind of around that turn like this to the left. And I find that that's not uncommon, that very, very often it can be a little bit tougher to really be honest to the right than to the left. But you can ask 10 different trainers and they'll give you 10 different answers. Yeah, and so trot again. And this should go smooth like butter, okay? It should just be beautiful trot canter. Yeah, you feel how not smooth that is. So that's some really great homework for you. So change direction, go a little to the left. So I'll just tell you guys a little bit about my training program. So I'm based in Wellington. We have, I think, 12 horses right now, all different ages, all different levels. And their workout schedule is Sundays off. Mondays, they all do snaffle bridle, no spurs, ideally no whip. Some of them are a little lazy, so I have a whip with me. But like basics. My Grand Prix horse, I could ride in a halter and flip-flops and ride him through a lovely, I don't know, first level test, second level test. That is so imperative for proper upper level training that your horses need to be on the aids and, for me, really honest on the snaffle, right? Tuesday, more work. The upper level horses will go very often the double bridle. Wednesday, everybody hacks. So they go trail riding or they lunge or they do cavalettis, but not like monotonous dressage work 6 days a week. And then Thursday and Friday, they work a bit more. And then Saturday, same thing, hack or lunge or cavalettis. And then Sunday's off. The reason I bring that up is I don't want to feel like, oh my gosh, I need my curb to get him through. That's not really throughness, huh? So it's just, with this guy, he a little bit not only doesn't listen to the snaffle, but then he's got like a little bit of animosity to the curb, which is okay. It's a high pressure situation. But I just want to see him again, a little more supple, a little better in the contact. Good. Shall we canter this way? And I'm not going to pick on Jamie too much on her position, mostly because she's riding a little dragon right now. But I would love to see her. One thing that I say a lot to my students is thinking about putting your shoulder blades down, because if you say, oh, sit up, sit back, right, that very often really will arch your back for a lot of students. But if you think about just lifting a little in your chest and then putting your shoulder blades down, that puts you, for me, in the right place in the saddle. Good. Good. Canter on a little. There you go. Good. Good. Be a little bit careful you don't tip off to the left on a left turn, huh? He's got a great canter. Do you want to give him another little breather here? I don't know how fit he is. It's just hard when he's wild and you can't really walk him much. Good. And so in the walk here, get him to stretch down a little bit more. Good. And I talk about this a little bit in my presentation tomorrow. But Jamie, one thing you can do is really think about using your seat like walk. Like you're a little bit tight up there. Think about allowing your hip to move with him a little bit. Get a little softer. Let your arm follow him a little bit. Yeah. And then get him to stretch down a little. And like for me, the tempo of the walk here is too quick. So like slow him down. Good. Turn left. Slow. And then give your rein, and then slow. Yeah. Over and over and over. Good. Yeah. Until he walks like a big boy, right? Yeah. And then get him to stretch down a little bit more. It's a lot of hormones today. Good. There you go. And then again, slow down that tempo. Because when you take that in the show ring, they're going to say tempo too quick, right? Good. Yeah. And then whoa, and then soft. And then, yeah, but not sacrificing the contact, right? So you should be able to whoa him without him coming up and bracing. So that's where you think a little bit downward pressure on your ring finger. Yeah, good. And remember, we're going to stay a little bit that way. Good. There you go. There you go. You got it. Super. And then again, whoa, little half halt on the right rein. Whoa. Yeah. And carefully, you're not leaning your upper body over to the left there. There. Good. And let's just do a few changes of direction here. Ease there. Good. And when you can, push that nose out a bit, huh? Yeah. And just do long changes of direction, like longer diagonals. Good. Little bit nose right here. Good. Really allowing your hip to dictate a little bit. Yeah, that the tempo doesn't get so quick and he doesn't get so tight. Good for you. Easy, buddy. Good. Does anybody have any questions so far? No questions? No? Okay. Good. And then again, with your upper body, think about staying a little bit over to the right here. Good. Good. Yeah, and then again, because the tempo is too quick. Oh, buddy, good. And then round on that right rein. Yeah. And then let him stretch, right? And take his nose a little right, take his nose a little right, and put your right leg on. Yeah, because you're changing direction. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all right. Good, 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 good. Yeah. And I also talk a bit about this tomorrow. Be careful that you feel like you can put your leg on, especially in the walk, right? Because the Frisians, and I know he's part Arab, but these guys all have a little bit of a tendency to get tight and maybe want to jig a bit. There, that's your walk. Super. He's a super, super little mover when he lets his body go, you know? Good. Good. Can we do a little bit of collected canter? Okay. So what I would do, make like a 10-meter volte or 10-meter circle. Yeah. And like here, and this is just for you because, so Jamie said that she'd like to hopefully show him third level and get her bronze medal. So remember the transition from free walk or extended walk to working medium collected walk, right? There's a score. That's all part of a score, right? So when he braces that much, when you go to shorten the reins, that's just something that you need to work on a little bit. Oh, nice. Yeah. And because what he did was he a little bit backed away from the contact there. Yeah. And then a little bit round on the right rein. Ah, good. Yeah. Sure. Good. Good. Yeah. And so just think about making some 10-meter circles in the canter and then go straight ahead. Good. And so like here, what I would do, because if you look at him, if I were to take a snapshot, it looks a little bit like he's in a left haunches in at times, right? He's got his shoulders a little bit out to the right and his haunches a little bit left. So what I would try to do here, yeah, counter bend him a little bit to the right here. Take his nose a little to the right on your 10-meter circle. Yeah, 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 good. So, and I know you said to me, oh, he throws and changes. And this is the funny part about sort of the schoolmaster types where absolutely he knows more than you do. And he's very smart and I'm sure he's very well trained. It is such a classic maneuver that when you try to make the horses straight, they just go, oh, I'm just going to make a change here because I know what I'm doing. But really, they just don't want to be straight, right? Good. So a little counter bend to the right. Good. Yeah. And you need to be able to count there. Fine. Maybe because he was looking out the door. Who cares? Good. 10-meter circle. And then go straight on the rail. Good. Good. Little counter bend to the right. Right leg stays on. Good girl. Good girl. Good. Better for that. That was better. Yeah. And then just stay a little bit on the track. Good. Go around. Excellent. Good. Good. Yeah. Fine. Fine. Good. Good. And then again, 10 meters. Super buddy. Little counter flex. Yeah. What we want to accomplish with the counter flex is that we are able to a little bit control that outside shoulder a little bit better. You feel how he wants to pop his right shoulder out a little bit? Yeah. Good. No, you're okay. You're okay. Yeah. And round on the snaffle again. Good. Gentle. Good. So think of a little bit about pushing his ribs out to the right with your left leg. Drop the neck a little from the right rein. Oh, is it tipping off? Oh, maybe that's why you're sitting left, huh? Do you want me to try to tight? Oh, you got it. I just don't want to make a big terrifying noise with my microphone. Okay. I mean, it looks pretty straight from the back, but yes, sorry. For sure. So I would think a little bit more of almost a leg yield in the down transition, right? Because he's kind of going to trot, hitting the bit and backing his hind legs off. For me, again, like that's our Monday. Trot canters, just like I want to make at least a trot canter for a 7, if not an 8 on all my horses. I don't want the connection to change. I don't want the balance to change. Like it should be melty is what I always say to my students, like melt to canter, melt to trot, melt to, it should, because and I said this to my cowboy once. I have a wonderful natural horsemanship guy that we work with. I said, there's never a point in dressage when you want the hind legs to go away from the bit. Even when you're reining back, the hind legs should still be under and with the direction of energy towards the bit. And the way that he makes transitions, classic Frisian, classic Arabian, you touch the reins and he goes, "Boop," and that's okay. You can fix that. You really can. But, again, today I'm trying to not like overwhelm him, right? Because he's a little bit on the muscle, but for sure, like thinking a little bit leggy, a little bit inside flexion, and really, think about the way that you use your seat in the canter is more of a following seat, and trot's a little bit more of a bouncy seat, right? So for my guys, they're so good on the seat that I can make a down transition without my hands. I just bounce my butt like trot, and they're like, "Oh, we're trotting." I have to be careful making them that sensitive for my amateurs, because then they're like, "Oh, she must mean trot." And then they a little bit will abuse their amateurs because they're like, "Oh, no. Lizzie says." I'm like, "You guys, that's embarrassing." But for sure, and it's just any transition that you make, and this goes all the way through to Grand Prix, right? The Piaffe Passage, it's all transitions. When you go to ask the horse to Piaffe, if they back their hind legs away from the bit and you're holding and kicking, no wonder they get explosive, right? Where are they supposed to go? So that's what I would do, like really thinking a little bit positioning to the inside, yielding him from the inside leg, and just working towards Melty. Shall we canter a little to the right? It's all right. Yeah. And like there, just think a little bit flexion off your inner leg. No big deal. Yes. Good boy. Fine. Good. How strong is he in your hand here? He's not. Okay. Great. Okay, good. Yeah. For me, he a little bit doesn't want to accept the contact, right? And that's where you just want to think all the time, I'm just going to work him a little on the snaffle. Super. Good. Great. And then go a little bit forward in your canter. Super. Good boy. Yeah. Good. Nice. And then a little collect on your 10-meter volte. Good. Little flexion. No big deal. Yeah. And remember, in the walk and in the canter, their top line really moves quite a bit, right? So if your hands are frozen in the same place, you're a little bit blocking that movement. So just think about making your arm a little softer from your shoulder. So think shoulder blades down. Yeah, and then let your arm go. There. Feel them immediately get a little bit less defensive about the contact. And it's hard, but I mean, let me tell you, if the thing's like this here, it's probably going to be like this at a horse show. So at least now you have some tips and tricks, right? Go a little bit straight ahead. Good. Yeah. And then your 10-meter circle again. And the biggest thing that I think you want to start to work towards with him, and then a 10-meter circle, is that he's a little bit more honest in the straightness. I don't know if you guys can see, but like when she goes on the wall, he travels a little bit, his haunches to the inside. You want to really start to work towards putting him in a better, more honest shoulder 4 position, that he travels with his haunches straight, but with his shoulders a little bit to the inside. Yeah, good boy, buddy. Good. Do you want to show me a couple change? Oh, we jumped the. It's okay. Do you want to just show me a couple changes? No, you're fine. Just so you can do something fun. Yes. Totally depends on the horse. Totally depends on the horse. You should have some contact, but I just feel like he's not really honestly through on the snaffle. That's why I keep saying more snaffle. Like he yields it kind of okay on the left, a little bit drops it too much, but I mean, have you ridden him in the snaffle? Yeah. So maybe not here, but at home, put him a little in the snaffle, because you want to really feel like he gets a bit more of the same from one way to the other. And he a little bit holds you hostage about that right flexion, huh? Again, which is totally not uncommon. I know. Yeah. No, you're fine. And there's no shame in just keeping him a little bit more towards the middle where you have less yelling horses, Yeah, let your seat move there and let your hands move. Put your hand down a little. There you go. Good. Because he gets stuck because he gets stuck a little bit too much against the hand, and then he doesn't have anywhere to go. So, and think like a little bit leg yield here, a little bit shoulder 4 positioning. Good. Fine. Good. Yeah, show me a couple changes just so I can. Yeah. And like there, put your hand down a little. Yeah, because you can feel, Jamie, in the transitions, he changes the contact. Good. Excellent. very good demonstration of a classic Frisian flying change, right? So he was a good boy. You're fine. You're fine. Listen, you're doing a great job. You don't know him. He's like, this is terrifying. Good. Try one the other way. Yeah. Okay. Good. So just do a couple more like that. Good. Send him a little bit more forward here for a sec. Good. There. There. And this way, I want you to think a little bit counterflex to the right before you ask. Yeah. Good. And sit down a little bit. Good. Good. Keep your, yeah. Good. Okay, fine. So he makes like a beautifully calm late change or a bounce in the air together behind change, right? So, and as I said, I'm going to talk about this a bit more tomorrow. Good. One more here. Good. That was gorgeous. Good. Pet him. Yay, Nuggy. Good. Super. All right. Give him a little walk here. Good for you. Good. But the first one, yeah, right. Good job. The Rock. The first one really was such a classic Frisian change where he has all this power, all this energy behind, and he goes, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. So boing, right? And that's why these can be a little bit tricky horses for amateurs because like most of my amateurs would have gone sailing there, right? So it's tough and it's not like he's being naughty. It's just a lot. So transitions. Are his canter walks honest? Are his walk canters honest? You know, all of that stuff just really reiterating, right? What is a, so let's say you're in canter, right? Really, all that a flying change aid is asking for the other lead of canter when you're already in a canter. So for him, his trot to canter isn't super honest, and his walk to canter isn't super honest. So no surprise, his changes aren't super honest, right? At least today, right? He's tight, who knows? But he for me, to make him more amateur friendly and a little bit easier, he's just got to get a little more honest in the contact and how he goes to the bit, huh? Do you think he has a tiny bit of trotting left in him? I don't want to cook him. I'm so confused that it's cold. I'm like, oh, he can work forever. Watch your tempo in the walk though, huh? Yeah, just be honest about that. And it's so funny. So I love to tell this story. So I've gotten to, it's 3:44. Yeah, and like, don't get too crazy there. Just be quiet and send him a little to the side. Just try, you know? I love to tell the story though. So I've gotten to ride with like amazing people, and I got to ride quite a bit 2 years ago with Stefan Peters, who was on our Olympic team last year. He's magical. And if Stefan gets on one of my horses, I can literally feel it for weeks. He's just incredible. And I was riding my big Irish draft with him. And, you know, I'm on long reins because I'm like, you know, a happy hacker, walking to the ring for my lesson. And he looks at me and he goes, Liz, why are you walking him to the ring like that? And this was a horse a little bit like this, where he, you know, he'd get hot and strong and would, you know, maybe leave a little bit with me. And his very soft German voice, he goes, Liz, why are you letting him walk to the ring like that? And I was like, well, I don't know. He's just walking to the ring. And he goes, from the minute you were on that horse, you were training him. And then he always says, don't accept that. I'm like, oh, Stefan, really? Like how I walked to the ring? But it was true because it was a horse that he would lose, you know, he'd get walking like this. And so for you, every moment that you're walking him, it shouldn't be in this balance. I'm not saying he has to be totally on the bit or perfect, but it shouldn't be running away from his hind legs. Does that make sense? And I hate that because I'm like a long rein hacker girl, but yeah, it's a wonderful horse. He reminds me a lot of my young rider horse, who is a little taller than him, but so hot and just ready. Yeah, no, I think you'll have a blast with him. Oh, no. I know, right? Oh no, isn't that funny? You're doing a great job. But this is how you do it. Lots of transitions, getting him to accept the aids, and just quiet. Because I think if you got into him, I think you'd freak him out. You remember, like, we want to be their friends. That doesn't mean he gets to look out the door, right? You say, hey, don't look out the door. But then, hey, I like you. I'm going to pet you. Like, I don't want to be tight with you. I want to ride you in a happy, kind way, you know? All right, show me a little trotting. Yeah. But don't and walk again. So like you want to go from one walk to one trot to one canter. Good. And then walk again one more time. Little inside flexion. Yeah. Bit better. Good. And then trot again. Good. Good. Yeah, maybe a little touch from the whip there. Come. Good. Ah, good boy. Now he's tired. He's grown tired. Good. Super. So now here, just slow your tempo down a little bit. And up to you if you want to sit on him a little bit here. You don't have to. Good. 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 Super. And now can we come on just a little bit shorter reins? Good. And turn your thumbs up right. Good. And then go a little bit down the long side and show me a little bit of a shoulder in. And I would love to just explain half pass to you a little bit because we talked about half pass. Good. Don't lose your energy there. Yeah. And that's 2 sideways. So he's really honestly on 4 tracks. Don't try so hard. Just trot along. Take his shoulders just a little bit to the left. Remember, it's only 3 tracks for shoulder in. Good. Keep your trot. Keep your trot. A little more trot. A little more left leg. Come. Good. 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 So for me, he's got too much neck left. Good. Good. Yeah. Ride him a little bit around on that right rein. No big deal. Good. A little more trot. A little more trot. Yeah. There. That's it. That's it. I can't quite tell how the angle is, but that's better in your trot, huh? Good job. And then go a little to the right. Good. How was that preparation there? Great champion. He's like, yes, another corner not bending right. Good. And if you want to post, you can post too. For me, if I was riding him, I would probably stay posting because that inconsistency in the contact is tough to stay with, huh? Good, good. And remember, ideally, you don't make the shoulder in so much from the inside, like pushing the haunches out. You make the shoulder in from honestly taking the shoulders in from, in that his shoulders come in, right? So think straight hind legs, little touch from whip. Come. There you go. Yeah, little touch. Good, good. It's okay, buddy. It's okay, buddy. Yeah. And then make 1 10-meter circle up there. Nose a little bit right. Yeah. Just that he gets a little more honest in the contact. Good. Shorten your reins one more time. Especially your snaffle. Good 10-meter circle. Ah, there you go. Nose a little bit right there. And then keep that trot for your shoulder in. Whoop. No big deal. Good. Good. And now you know how to ride haunches in, right? When you bring his bum in. So for me, just trot down the long side ones. That's the easiest way to think about how to make a half pass. So just go straight. Good. Yeah, and put his haunches in a little if you want. Yeah, keep him flex to the inside, flex to the right. Good. Flex to the right. Good. And then I want you to go on the diagonal. Flex him a little bit right. Shoulders stay straight on the diagonal. Flex him a little bit right. Shoulders stay straight on the diagonal. Flex him a little right. Good. Now push his haunches right. Flex him right. Flex him right. Flex him right. Haunches right. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Try it the other way because I bet that'll be his easier direction because for him, he'd prefer to be a little bit of a banana to the left. Yeah. Super. A little flexion here. No big deal. Good for you. Now he starts to connect and trot for you. Good. Yeah, just try ones to the left, huh? That we try one little bit of a half pass heel to the left. Yeah, and you can just walk and turn around if he's tired. It's no big deal. Good. Good. Yeah, and then just turn around. Try once on this diagonal that just so you get a little bit of the feel because you had said that you tried to ride it a bit too parallel, right? And yeah, so you do want to really think about pointing the nose, neck, and shoulders on the line of where you want to go. And then you just bring the haunches a little to the inside. So point his shoulders over there. Yeah, better. Feel how much easier it is for him, though, this way? That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, flexion left, flexion left, flexion left. Fine. Yeah, good boy. I know. Do you want to try taking him in the middle and see if you can get a little bit of a stretchy trot? Good. Might be too exciting. Good. Yeah. Great. And, again, for the stretch, ideally the tempo doesn't change, but today is a hard day for him. So good. Easy. But, you know, different ways that you can help control that. Again, really thinking about posting in the tempo that you want. So slow your posting a little bit. Oh, good job. Yeah, and then give your hand a little. See if you'll take the connection a little bit more out there. Good, good, fine. Good boy. That was a lot for his brain today. Yeah, good, good. Yeah, and again, you know, it's helpful to be in environments like this because he does a little bit check out on you and he does a little bit sort of, you know, pretend like he's not trained. So it just means that at home, you want to make all this stuff a little more honest, you know? Good. All right, should we let him walk now that he's all cooked? Oh, sorry, but do that again. No, 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 no. Because you pulled on the reins, he braced on the contact, and it was too sloppy. Now you have to understand, I've been yelled at for this stuff for like 30 years. Better, good. But see, and the worst part, I didn't even have to explain it. You knew, so you knew. You owe it to him to not make transitions where you're pulling on the reins and his little hind legs go back. I mean, there's no reason this couldn't make a cute little Grand Prix horse. He's adorable. Good, super. And yeah. Good boy. Little flexion left, and keep your flexion through the transition. Try it one more time. Keep a little flexion. Give your hand a little. Good. Good. Give. Oh, and give. Good. Super. But that's honestly, those transitions are not hard on his body. You can practice a ton of those so that you make the connection better there. Then go to the trot, then go to the canter. Does that make sense? He's so cute, but he's smart, you know, and he's like, I'm in charge here. I'm in charge here. Yeah, no, he's adorable. That was great. Do you have any questions? We can talk after too, but thank you for coming. You did a great job. Oh, isn't that so funny? Well, I think you got him really good on the canter here. Oh, isn't that funny? Oh, no, you were great. You did a great job. Thank you very, very much. The muffled clap. Do you guys have any other specific questions for me? No, and why does no one ever ask me questions? What? Oh, they're made by Romatelli. Aren't they beautiful? Thank you. They're my show boots that have never seen dirt really, so. Romatelli? Yeah. Yep. And I keep them really just for my show boots. And they're nice. They're stretchy here. I'm wearing double winter fleece riding breeches and they fit. So, and when I was pregnant, I rode them. So they're great. Any horse questions? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very, very much, you guys.
Let's give Liz a big round of applause here for helping out, doing that great presentation.
Really? Oh. What?
Oh boy. You're going to lead us in the next part?
No. What do I have? You're kidding, right?
We can't do it afterwards. Have a little time.
You guys want to do some karaoke?
All right, folks, we got about 15 minutes to have a little fun here. 5 minutes to have a little fun here, so. Don't be shy now. Liz, you did amazing. You did amazing, Liz. Oh, don't be shy, folks. Don't be shy. We're here. We're going to have a good time. Cold weather, snow. They're saying turn it up. folks. We're going to be sending you guys upstairs momentarily, but we do want to let you guys know we have provided Wi-Fi for all of you here today. If you go into your phone settings, you will see the FHANA guest Wi-Fi. And if you just use the password Bridalbrook, all lowercase, no spaces, you will have Wi-Fi access for your phones. We know that the signal here is a little on the light side, so you're going to be burning through phones like crazy. So we are providing you Wi-Fi service. You will see it. Yes, FHANA, use Bridalbrook as the password and enjoy. And that is courtesy of Brookside Fabians. They provided you the Wi-Fi here today. So do enjoy. Danielle, Jason, and the whole team from Brookside. They have provided your Wi-Fi here today. Enjoy. All right, folks, at this time, we're going to be sending you guys upstairs. Please follow the staff for the directions to go upstairs. We're going to be sending you upstairs for cocktail. We have a wonderful caterer here that is providing all kinds of scrumptious appetizers. Follow our staff. They will lead you upstairs to the cocktail area. And do enjoy. We will see you shortly for our show. Do enjoy. Do enjoy.
$100 bills, and it kills and it thrills like the horns on my Silverado grill. And I buy the bar a double round of Crown, and everybody's getting down in this town. Ain't never gonna be the same, 'cause I saddle up my horse and I ride him through the city. I make a lot of noise 'cause the girls, they are so pretty. Well, I'm up and down Broadway on my old stud Leroy, and the girls say, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy. What? Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Everybody says, save a horse, ride a cowboy. Mosaic. 90s and 2000s pop.
Where
my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. So here's the story from A to Z. You wanna get with me, you gotta listen carefully. We got M in the place who likes it in your face. You got G like MC who likes it on a easy V who doesn't come for free. She's a real lady. And as for me, you'll say, slam your body down and wine is all around. Slam your body down and wine is all around. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta make it last forever. Slam your body down and wine is all around. Slam your body down and wine is all around. Slam your body down and wine is all around. Slam your body down and take a take. If you wanna be my lover.
Taylor Swift, John Mayer, and Gwen Stefani. Think of them as office supplies for your ears. Yeah, that works. 90s and 2000s pop. Mosaic.
I was so high I did not recognize the fire burning in her eyes, the chaos that controlled my mind. She says that's the one I love the most. But time's not far behind. She never lets me, only tells me where she's been. She's had a dream. I said that I don't care, I just run my hands through her dark hair. Then I pray to God you got help me fly away. And
2000s pop. Sirius XM.
They tried to make me go to rehab. I said no, no, no. Yes, I've been black, but when I come back, no, no, no. I ain't got the time, and if my daddy thinks I'm fine, they try to make me go to rehab. I won't go, go, go. I'd rather be at home with Ray.
XM Mosaic.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning, even when I lose winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, how many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning, even when I lose I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, give me all of you. Cards on the table, we're both showing hearts, risking it, although it's hard. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning, even when I lose win. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
constant shuffle. Pop, rhythm, and rock from the 90s and 2000s. Mosaic.
Well, you done me and you bet I felt it. I tried to beat you, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. I look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 and love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family, and it's our God-forsaken right to be loved. Love, 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 love. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Do you want to come on? Scooch on over closer, dear, and I will nibble your ear. I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer, but my breath fogged up the glass, and so I drew a new face and I laughed. I guess what I'll be saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanities and just go with the seasons. It's what we aim to do. Our name is our virtue, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. I look into your heart and you'll find that the sky is yours. So please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need to complicate, 'cause our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours.
Sirius XM Mosaic.
When it's over, that's the time I fall in love again. And when it's over, that's the time you're in my heart again. And when you go, 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 I know it never ends, never ends. All the things that I used to say, all the words that got in the way, all the things that I used to know have gone out the window. All the things that she used to bring, all the songs that she used to sing, all the favorite TV shows have gone out the window. I never knew how much you loved me. I'm missing you. I never knew how much you meant to me. I need you. And when you go, 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 I know it never ends, never ends. All the things that I used to say, all the words that got in the way, all the things that I used to know have gone out the window. All the things that she used to bring, all the songs that she used to sing, all the favorite TV shows have gone out the window. You never said you were pretending. I'm wishing you. You feel the same and just come back to me. I need you. And when you go, 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 I know it never ends, never ends. When it's over, can I still come over? And when it's over, is it really over? When it's over, that's the time I fall in love again. All the things that I used to say, all the words that got in the way, all the things that I used to know have gone out the window. All the things that she used to bring, all the songs that she used to sing, all the favorite TV shows have gone out the window. All the words that got celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Come on and celebrate tonight. 'Cause everything's gonna be alright. Let's celebrate. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's kick it off. I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, spaced out, losing all control. Fill up my cup, Mazel tov. Look at her dancing, just take it off. Let's paint the town, we'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof, and then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. 'Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. I feel tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up.
All right, folks, how are we doing this afternoon? We are staying warm here at Brattlebrook. Right now, it gives me great honor to introduce for the next section of our wonderful afternoon from Brookside Fabians. Let's hear it for Miss Danielle.
Hi, everybody. Hi. We want to thank you all for coming, except Fernando, he wasn't invited. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank you all for coming. I know it's cold and we've all kind of persevered through the cold. But I would like to take a moment to thank Roseanne and Mark as they are exiting board members. So say everyone hi to Mark and Roseanne. I would like to thank Jason and Lauren for their exceptionally hard work for this AGM. It was a ton of work to do. So thank them. And I would like to thank our new board of directors for 2022. Welcome to Matt and Joe and Eric, who's going to be your new president, Allison, who is your new vice president, Aaron, who's going to be our new treasurer, Joe is going to be your new secretary, and then Matt, Charlotte, and I will be your new board of directors. So I would like to first introduce Miss Nola here, who's going to do our national anthem. So if you could please rise for your national anthem, and we will get our show started.
All right, folks, so at this time, could everyone please rise, remove your hats, it's a little cold out, cross your hearts for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad streets and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we'd watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Come on, let's give her a big round of applause. That was absolutely amazing. Great, great, great job. All right, folks, we're going to be starting our show momentarily. Just want to give you a quick announcement. My name is Justin. I'm here with Don. We're here from Base DJ. We're going to be providing your audio and all your emceeing. And I do apologize. I am new to all this. You guys have some beautiful names, and we're going to hopefully get all of these out correctly. So we're going to get things started. Alrighty. All right, folks. For our first acts, let's get loud for Jamie with Sergey Myers and Dan Adala Harper. Right now, we also have the one and only Shauka 453 with a Wallaford 467 Sport. Come on, cheer him on out there.
I'm the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Still living like that. Extraordinary, juice like a strawberry. Money to burn, baby, all of the time. Cause to fit the smell, fit to cut the shit. Come juggle with me, say every time. Come me and step up. I'm the lyrical gangster. Dial emergency number. Still living like that. So we do it, man. Hey, start like a jackrabbit, finish in front of it. I'm the 90s Jack, that's it. Understand? I'm the daddy of the Mac, daddy. Is a Latin gold made me. Ain't no homie gon' play me. Top celebrity man. I'm the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Still living like that. No, no, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone test will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know, G-Go. I know what Bo don't know. Touch them up and go. Oh, cha-cha-ching-ching. Here come the step up. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still living like that. Yeah, man. So what is right? Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up all crew bow, yeah. Still living like that. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical danger. Big up the crew in the area. Still living like that. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. I'm a living, I'm a danger. Still living like that. Hey. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
Oh, come on. Let's hear it for him out there, folks. Oh, give them a big round of applause here, folks. These two beautiful, beautiful animals that we have here today, strutting right along. All right, folks, how you guys enjoying so far? We have a lot more great acts coming your way. All right, folks.
They say, oh my God, I see you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So dance
All right now, folks, we have Aaliyah with Divya and Darcy. Here they come. Let's give them a big round of applause.
And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. I said, oh my God, I see you walking by. Take my hands, my dear, and look me in my eyes. Just like a monkey, I've been dancing my whole life. But you just beg to see me dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'm back to do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do
She's
before.
definitely out there dancing today, folks.
Move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. Oh, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey,
Right now, everyone, we are watching Leah have her fun out there. Let's give her a big round of applause for that amazing job right there. Great, great job. We're just giving them a quick second. Danielle changed, and here we go, folks.
Oh my God, these feelings just begun. I'm saying things I've never said, doing things I've never done. Oh my God, when I see you, I should it right. But I'm frozen.
Right now, everybody, we got Dan De La Harbor with Riza. Come on now.
But it's never enough. My heart is hurting, it's more than a rush. Cause I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop. But my heart goes. Cause my heart goes. Oh my God, can't believe what I've become.
Oh, he's working on this one, everyone. Come on now, cheer him on here.
Oh my God, when I see you, I should run. But I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop, Feelings, I feel about us. Try to fight it, but it's never enough. My heart is hurting, it's more than a crush. Cause I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop. But my heart goes. Cause my heart goes. But my heart goes. Cause my heart goes. Cause my heart goes. Cause my heart goes.
Oh, come on, everyone. Let's give them a big round of applause before they head out. We got Dan De La Harbor and Riza.
But I'm frozen in motion, and my head tells me to stop. But my heart goes.
One more big round of applause for these two magnificent performers right now. Absolute beautiful job. Oh, coming for the encore, folks. All right, folks, we have our next performer coming in. I like to wait for him. Here they come. Let's get loud for Jamie Singmaraz and Rocky.
Because in the dark, you can't see shiny cars. That's when you need me good. With you, I'll always shine. Because when the sunshine is shining together, told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend. Took an oath that I'm sticking out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my These fancy things will never come in between. You're part of my entity.
Oh, we got a treat for everyone.
When the war has took its part, when the world has dealt its cards, if the hand is hard, together we'll mend your heart. Because when the sunshine is shining together, told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend. Took an oath that I'm sticking out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my
Oh, one more time. Let's get loud for Jamie Singmaraz and Rocky. Oh, coming in next, everybody. We got a little something special coming. Sit tight, folks. Sit tight.
Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kind of homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. Cause when the taxi man turned on the radio and the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah.
All right, folks, we now have Danila Harbor with Wallford 467 Sport, along with Jamie Singmaraz and Rocky, everybody. We got a little duo show happen here.
Like to party. We 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 like to party.
Oh, cheer them on. They're looking for it. They're looking for it.
Hey now, hear what I say now. Happiness is just around the corner. Hey now, hear what I say now. We'll be there for you. The dinner bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and intercity disco. The wheels are still a turning, the traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, go on and move your body. The dinner bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and intercity disco. The wheels are still a turning, the traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, go on and move your body.
Oh, once more, we got a little bit longer for him, but I'm just going to let you guys know you guys are watching Dan De La Harbor coming on all aboard 467 Sport. And then we have the one and only Jimmy Sigmars with Rocky. Oh, here they come one last time, everyone. Let's give these two amazing performers a big round of applause. All four of them, folks. There's some great talent out there right now, and we are just here to witness it. Oh, they've done great. He's still dancing on that. Dan is still dancing on that thing, guys.
Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Oh, they got the wave going in the stands right now, folks. We got the wave happening. Oh, we are turning one of our wonderful performers around. So just give them a minute. They'll be coming out shortly. How's everyone doing tonight? Is everyone enjoying themselves here this evening? All right, who's gambling tonight? Who's going back to Foxwoods and hitting the slots? Any of you? Nobody, huh? We'll see how that all goes for y'all. All right, folks, we have one more amazing performance coming to you for you right now. Making a return appearance, let's get live for Dan Della Harbor and Wolford for 67 Sport. They're doing amazing right now. And adding in right now, let's get loud for Danielle riding Riza.
It's the Pledge of Allegiance on the 4th of July. It's them handwritten letters from home. It's them sleepless nights alone. It's his newborn baby he left with his wife. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, lay down his life. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, for these stars and stripes. Hey.
Oh, they're putting on a show for you right now, folks.
From the fields of Indiana to the swamps of Louisiana to the golden coast of California, Uncle Sam's the only family he's got. His purple heartbeat won't stop, and his 18th birthday was the day he was born. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, lay down his life. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, for these stars and stripes. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, stand on the front line. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, pay the ultimate price. He was the man of the house when he was born. His family is proud but torn. If you knew him, you would understand. He was raised on how to be brave, just to see the flag still wave. And then he came home with only one hand. He's Mr. Red, White, and Blue, lay down his life. Mr. Red, White, and Blue, for these stars and stripes.
Oh, we are watching Dan Della Harbor and Wolford for 67 Sport and Danielle on Riza.
Marching line.
They're going out in style, folks. Give them a round of applause while we watch them one last time. Let's give it up for Danielle from Brookside Fabians here, helping us out here today. Amazing job. Dan Della Harbor, wave him off. He's been great. He's been helping us out awesome. One more time, folks. Give it a round of applause. All right, folks. Thank you all for our wonderful showtime. At this time, we are going to be directing you into our main hall for dinner, which will be served momentarily. Thank you very much for enjoying the show.
So we take each other's hand, 'cause we seem to understand the urge.